Hello, hello. Ah. Good evening. Hold on. Where's the... Listen. I typed something in chat earlier, and I don't fucking know what button combination it was, but I accidentally triggered the pads, and it wouldn't stop anymore. And then I just like deleted the item. Hopefully I didn't break the pad. I was like, wait, I don't need the pad right now. Hold on, don't do that. Please don't tell me I broke it. One second. Okay, no, we're good. We're just easy targets. Yeah! They were. Sophie was a fun game. And I'm still mad. Sad, mad, a combination of the two that I didn't finish Fetus, but honestly, I'm kind of over it. I don't think I'll ever finish Fetus. It's a little sad, but I guess every other atelier time it's just like, oh well, I guess the second one in the trilogy is not for me. I would also like to see my fucking milk. God, I keep forgetting how loud. Like, I turn up my volume a lot to hear my own intro music, and then I go into this game and it's like, good morning. Wake up! Beginning of International Ideas Month, as well as the American National Welsh Corgi Day. The what now? I mean, I like the Ideas Month, that's cool. The American National Welsh Corgi Day. That sounds like a weird combination of words, I will tell you this. Escan Luigi was great. It's just like... It was like... Dorana, cool. Totori, Miruru, okay, we got an ending. Not a very good ending, but we got an ending. Asha, yeah! Escalosi, yeah! Shelly, yeah! Though it was an okay entry to finish off the series. I think both Asha and Eska and Logi are better games than Shelly was, but it was good. And I was like, Sophie, okay, yeah. I mean, I managed to play Sophie on the highest difficulty. I will not be doing that again anytime soon, I think. And it was fun. And then Fetus was like... And we only got like halfway through it. Which is sad, but that's what it's going to be. I'm just a little scared of Lydia and Suel now. Because it's like, well, we never finished Fetus, so let's see how the next entry goes. But yeah, I'm still stepping back just a tiny bit from Atelier. The quality of Atelier games varies widely. It does. The quality varies, and also how well I do in the games varies greatly. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, it is March. It's genuinely, it already is March. That's so crazy. I don't think we'll be starting an Atelier game in March, so I do have 2 very big games still, even though we haven't played one of them for like 3 weeks for different reasons, which I'm still mad about, but we're gonna continue Judgment finally tomorrow. And then I'm gonna try my hand at Lydia and Suel and go at it with a fresh mind and see. Because I think Lydia and Suel does not have a time limit, so I'm just gonna get into it and see what happens. Releasing 1 or 3 games per year isn't a great concept. What? I don't know what you mean. Though to be fair, the 3 games per year was a one-off thing, and different groups of people worked on that one. On all of those games. That was just a unfortunate coincidence with the whole, oh, it's been 20? What was it, 20 or 25 years And then they had the mobile thing, and the new big entry was just like everything happened. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, we are back with more Ace Attorney, which we already played on Wednesday, so it has not been that long, but I really felt like it on Wednesday. We are now on day 3 of the trial, where we now have... Well, the situation is this. The guy our client has supposedly killed was also killed in a different place at the exact same time. The different place is 30 minutes by car? I think by car specifically, not just by foot, but by car. 30 minutes away from the place where, you know, he was originally killed at the specific time that our client is on trial for. Now we have a different guy who is gonna be on trial for having killed our guy, and that's just like, how was this man killed twice in 2 different locations at the same time? Something isn't right here. I don't think. I think one of them is not who we think they are. But we will see. I genuinely, and I don't say this as a haha, I'm leading you guys on, but I say this as I don't actually remember the full outcome of this trial whatsoever. What was the victim's name again? Very good man. The victim's name is Bruce Goodman. One of them was released 3 games last year. Really? Rise of 3 was last year? And the gacha game went live. What was the 3rd one? I like that you always know so much about the ATA games. The Marie remake. Oh, true. I keep forgetting about the Marie remake because I don't own it yet. Who's this? I wonder. Never seen this one before in my life. How are you? Since when do you follow me? It's been a while. No, the Marie remake I keep forgetting about because I don't have it yet. I do want to play it at some point. Genuinely, I'm hoping they will make like remake all of the old entries, and with the whole you can turn off the time limits that was present in the original game. And I do want to know Marie's story. But yeah, one day. Since I'm slowly starting to actually catch up with the Like a Dragon Yakuza games, slowly but surely, it's like, oh, maybe we need to finally catch up with that year as well, and then suddenly I'm gonna have to play different games. Wow. I'm good, yeah, I'm good. I'm a little tired today because I had to stay longer at work. Like planned, but I'm still tired, even though I knew it was coming. Ugh. How far am I? I mean, we have finished Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, so the only entries I'm missing is... sorry, hold on. Infinite Wealth I haven't played yet. I'm stupid. I finished 7, and I finished Like a Dragon Gaiden. Infinite Wealth is the one I still have to play. There we go. Infinite Wealth is the one I still have to play, and I have not played Ishin. And also the 2 Judgment games. But Judgment we already got started on, and then life got in the way, so we haven't played it in 3 weeks, but I'm hoping to continue Judgment tomorrow. I liked Gaiden. Gaiden made me cry. So if you hear anyone else say, wow, Gaiden is it is short, but it's also very emotional. It's a very good entry. Especially considering it was like, oh, originally we wanted to make this a DLC. And then they made it its own game. And I'm glad that they made it its own game and not just a DLC, because I feel like otherwise a lot of people would not necessarily get into it. I have not seen anyone hate Gaiden yet. I've only heard people who were really big fans. They didn't want another Kiryu. Why are they playing? Why are they playing Yakuza if they don't want a Kiryu game? What? I liked it. It was very good. I was sick when I played it. So it was very nice. I do want to go back and play some more of the minigame stuff, but the story is very good. Yeah. I say if you like the other ones, you should definitely go for it. Ooh, nice. Enjoy. Yeah, I need to get somewhere in Judgment actually. Tomorrow. Now we go play actual lawyers. Tomorrow we play people who could technically practice, like, still be lawyers, but they choose not to. So much legal jargon for some reason gets thrown around in both times. I'm like, I like a funny words magic, man, but it's English. I barely know legal jargon in German. Anyway, the court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky, who's been waiting here forever while we talk about everything else. As soon as I actually tap into the game and remember to press the right button, because yesterday I played stuff on the Switch, so I keep pressing B on the Xbox controller thinking it confirms stuff, but no. Defense is ready on it. Prosecution is... Okay. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim Bruce Goodman was lying at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Atchmore's car. Wow, this is one messed up track. Wait! So... No, wait, that... I had an idea, but that also doesn't work out. Like... Okay, wait. I do have... I don't take 7 Slender in this chat, by the way. Granted, we only saw like that. We only have Meekin's whole thing that he ran into someone who wouldn't show him their ID, so we are not like we don't even know if the person Meekins ran into was actually Goodman. We cannot argue, like we can argue, but we don't have any evidence to say otherwise. But we don't even know if it was actually Goodman in the evidence room when Meekins ran into him. We just know that Meekins was smacked down by whoever it actually was in there. What we need is like actual footage of the evidence room where we could actually see the person, which I'm assuming we won't get. Even if we do get footage of the evidence room, it's not gonna show who the person in there is, like in an actual way we could tell, like, oh, okay, they're wearing a giant coat, they're wearing a hat, whatever. But my idea was, okay, we have someone in the evidence room. They specific to be like there as an alibi thingy because, oh no, this person I'm pretending to be was seen over here at that time while they actually got killed somewhere else. Which would not be physical. Honestly, I don't I don't remember how it was. I don't remember how it actually was. Oh well. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Okay. That's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. Yeah! You just gotta fake it till you make it. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Did someone kill Krillin again? Huh? Huh? Hi, Zen. What? Good afternoon. Who's Krillin? Is that a Dragon Ball character? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Don't worry about it. It's a Dragon Ball joke. It is. Okay. Yeah, it sounded like a Dragon Ball name, but I've never seen Dragon Ball. Mr. Atwood, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Yeah, listen. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Hell yeah. Hi. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. Occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we like to hear... Sir, I'm what you call part of the younger generation, sir. A person's actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Ashworth, sir. Help me, sir. Feelings the characters having a joke about dying all the time and you only read it out twice. Which by... it's actually... You know how little I know about Dragon Ball. Most of my knowledge of Dragon Ball is just from stuff you told me about, but I will say this. This time I'm not cracking my knuckles, but I will say... The fact that you can say, oh, he only really died twice, which is low by Dragon Ball standards, is crazy. You know, people are not really supposed to die multiple times. At all. You're telling me him only dying twice is like low? Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation. I must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. A busted-ass revive system. Dying Dragon Ball kind of lost its meaning at this point. Okay. Listen, you know what? I think I don't actually want to. What's the suggestion? Oh, so Dragon Ball is like, people die if they're killed, but not really. Well, that's not my normal duty. I was assigned to guard the evidence room. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's Meekin's family motto, sir. I see. Then you find it and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Feeling dying is a date for fast and a free ice cream sundae.
Oh, good job, buddy. Do you want an ice cream for dying?
Yes, pretty. Okay. That's my schedule for next week. Probably back by Saturday after. Okay. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Sure. Well, let's just press him on everything. If you die 3 times, you get a free Froyo on Dragon Ball. Ooh. I want a Froyo. I only had a Froyo once in my life before, and it was so good. They don't sell it here as much. Like, yes, ice cream. You can get ice cream anywhere you want during the summer times, but you do not get frozen yogurt. No one sells frozen yogurt. I'm so sad. I shouldn't eat it. You know, milk products, yada yada yada, but like, do you know a single person who's not good with milk products or is lactose intolerant that actually doesn't consume it anyway and then complains about their stomach hurting? Wait, you have a boba tea place here? Oh, it's supposed to be really shit. Oh. I haven't had boba since last year either. That's why it's heaven. No one is lactose intolerant in heaven. Yay! Okay. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now, there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Blue Badger? The Blue Badger? Yeah. Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I don't want to see this thing anymore. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. You spend most of your day on the road on a Saturday. Could probably afford to grab a low quality bowl with you. Yeah, sure. Listen, I'll just come by tomorrow. Let me get into the car right now. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spot a suspicious man on security screen. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number. I see. Huh? The number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Huh? You know, honestly, they have a weird system because it only records when you go in. It doesn't also record when you leave. So who the fuck actually has a number like 777777? I don't think that should be allowed. Sorry, say be home in time to stream. Ha ha ha. Listen. If gas prices weren't fucking hell right now, I would. I know where your house lives. It's John See, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, thanks. That's one more number we know. So on you doing what you were trained to do. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Gilman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept you cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Oh. Yeah, no, it's just numbers like that. I feel like maybe the system, or maybe they would put something in place to not actually give those numbers to actual people. Like in the same way that you can get specific license plates for cars, the normal person cannot get some of those. Because they're reserved for special use by this and that. You know, that kind of thing. That's why I'm surprised why there's a number like 77777. Of course, technically, if you just go high enough, you're gonna come upon a number like this at some point. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. Oh. After that I passed out until now. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. So he was out of order. Out of commission for like 50 minutes. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was Amanda's officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Mickens. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gunn delivered it to me just this morning, sir. Chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, let's have a look. Thank you. Thank you. Shows the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, stop using that word, murder, sir. Scares me. Video of real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Where did our man in the coat go? Yes! That's exactly how I feel. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was a wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir. I'm not surprised as it isn't going smoothly. The dance of the blue badger is impossible to pull off by a human person, yet somehow Gumshoe does it. Wait, why? Because of the way his arm moves? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. In the evidence room and some sort of activity to take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. A mute button for the thing. The face can be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Thank you for the pad. Good evening. Alright. I would like to press you on this one. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened his fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Yeah. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You were going to point it out. Of course. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Okay. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Oh boy. To point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Yeah, wait. Oh, the music is playing all the time, no matter what you do. I hate it here. Okay, let's see. this is what I want to point out. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this? Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. You're not seeing it? You don't get it? God damn it. Okay. Would you mind if I poured your eye medicine? Please get to attention. Bleh! Okay. Okay, sorry. I guess I was too early. Listen, what I'm trying to point out... Yes, game, I get it. I get it. What I'm trying to point out is that... Wait. My bad. I know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, why is it so slow if I try to rewind it while it's paused? I hate this music. Alright, there we go. The light is on. Before he even got there. There we go. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Oh my god. Stop! When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Reaches for the handle to open the locker, as we went a little earlier. Oh. Hey. Hi, good evening. Welcome to Blue Badger Fun Times. Here, notice the light? Sis, it's already lit. Yes. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Can we not? Can we move on? What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, this goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out why that is. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Why does it have to go from all the way? Like, it's not even that long of a security video, but because you get shown the thing so many times, it's like, yeah. Sis, something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. That's... what? You can't be sure the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Yeah. There it is. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. And not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, it just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, the insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It was the funny glove. Where is it? A glove. Extremely thin rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lab attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Atchbury? The defense has merely demonstrated a possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Actually, I would like to point out another thing on the video, but I don't think I'm allowed to do that yet. Which is kind of sad. Because I definitely know something that no one here has mentioned. Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. I mean, it's not like the card is glued to the person. You can steal an ID card and use it. Like, that does not automatically mean just because the record is there of the card being used does not mean that was the same human being. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Yana. But stealing is illegal. Obviously, that means no one has ever stolen before just because it's illegal. It's just borrowed for an unlimited amount of time. Did he use at 5:14 instead of the victim? Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me though. Although, me too, although it doesn't make much of a There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Sure. Mr. Sandman, give me some sand. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. No, when I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I'm referring to the crime scene that we originally came from. So thank you for the posture check. And the hydrate time. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. It shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. Like, the thing is, this doesn't help our case, like with Lana having stabbed Goodman. That's what she's on trial for. Us proving, or saying there's a very high possibility that the man right here is not actually Goodman just goes to show that, okay, well, so the man that Detective Lana said at this time was actually Goodman. So he was... like, we are... not doing well. There are two grounds to support this. First, the lock in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Nana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yep. Good job, Phoenix. I knew the testimony was way too shabby. It was a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... I know, calm down. I do. How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. The security video, however, is so fucking long and annoying if you see it for the 15th time in a row. Please. Please. Who owns the first locker right there? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. But the 3D! I mean, yes, sure. But even back then, when the 3D was this cool, hip, new thing, there is no reason for us to have to see the same scene 15 times. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Ashworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. Yet gotcha in its first moves? I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen Marie throw bombs only like 70 times. Maybe more. This just might be my chance. Time to call certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. I've seen... Well, the amount of times I've seen Nodona run into the giant pies has greatly decreased because my team now consists of Fides, Marie, Plachta, question. I don't have her in my team anymore, I think. I haven't actually logged in a few days. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify. What is his or her name? No, I do have a 5-member party. I just don't remember who I have in there. I'm sorry. Wait, let me think. My team consists of Marie, Plachta, Asha, Fides, and Cody. You know, girl, your spine is in shambles, girl. Ooh-cha. I'm missing out on nothing of value. Yeah, probably. I do want to read the story though. Can't choose yourself. Oh no, I cannot choose myself. No. Emma is 16! He's a baby! Meekins is only 22, oh wow. The victim and the good man. I just put everyone, like I just went with the tier list and just put everyone who had a high tier in my party. Anyway, taxes. Been dunking on everyone. I haven't actually bothered to read any of the skills. I just press auto and go, okay, well, as long as they kill them on the automatic mode, then I'm good to go. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I'm not Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is What? Every time. We haven't seen this word many times before, but every time I'm like, huh?
Subpoenaed.
Subpoenaed!
Subpoenaed.
That sounds so stupid. Subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Subpoenaed. Subpoenaed. My peanuts! Yeah. I have not played this Aya. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Oh, but not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. No, it's alright. Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. You've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. Better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see that, Chief Prosecutor Scott. That's okay. So, have you bought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. What about you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? That's for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. What? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's a classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as...
The Joe Dark killings.
Joe Mama. It's over with, no! Oh. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Bye.
Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gand, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Yeah, sure. I mean, come on, every time I see the name. Joe Dark. Actually, though, I do want to take a look at it. Let me see that. Incident SL9. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime 0. Murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Raquel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators Damon Gunn, Lana Sky. Head Investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. I wonder if there's any relation between Neil Marshall and Jake Marshall. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. There he is. Howdy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. I know, you're patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? At his spat out or soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Man, I wonder how this guy talks in Japanese. My job was to keep a very eye on the bone or chart. He said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Gotta clean the place out. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your bird, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Thanks! Yeah, I don't think that's true. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. He's even more of an oozing media stereotype. Wait, more? How can he be even more of a stereotype? Also, why am I stuck? Hello? Oh no, it's just my Wi-Fi going bonkers again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're good. I think we're good again. More explicit pop culture references than JP does, but it's just Phoenix Wright in general. I only wish it were, officer. But you say your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? Blood was wiped away, however, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a hat on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Blood-stained fingerprint.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. But didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Yeah, sure. Alright. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. The locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in it now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. Hi, Barry. Good evening.
How are you?
It would be strange if my prints weren't all over the locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Well, that's one question answered. Who the locker belongs to. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right, it was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? You really believe that? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards.
Are you playing hell? That was nice. Hope you had fun.
There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Bet it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can see. The camera panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Sure. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making a mistake. No, it's fine. Now that like he has said himself, it's his locker, which means it works on his fingerprint detection. And since there's now a thing hanging out of there when it was not, so in the beginning of the video, it's quite obvious that he had to be the one to open it. Let's have another look at the video. Shows us incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Sure.
Bruh.
I pressed pause. What do you mean that we have to do it again? I hate it here. Ta-da! Bring your attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. That's exactly 8 words. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. It would seem that hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing them. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say open that locker and I prove it. Bro. fingerprint sensor? Yeah. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is that? Well, Detective Gumshoe mentioned something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint laws. Sucks to be him, so share it. What do you have to say in 8 words or less? Hey, a new sprite. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olé! Olé! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim Detective Goodman was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Classic. When people tell me to show them my ID, I also pull a knife. Don't let them know your next move. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. I got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? You're still denying it. How long do you think Phoenix spent styling his hair? That's a good question. Either he uses a ton of hair products, or he's just one of those people where if they just sleep on it in a certain way, it stays like this. I honestly don't know what the canonical explanation for his hair is. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I could say I care for your bird, but you don't see me complaining. Yet. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I throw around the red truth like, listen, it's so much more fun. No, after having played Umineko to see them say sentences in red because it's like, oh, you're saying it in red! I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Thanks for standing beside Jin and Kazuya from Tekken. They all have crazy hair. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? Marshall drinking alcohol in court? I mean... we don't actually know what he has in there. I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't be the craziest thing people have done. Understand? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. The real crime is getting drunk at 9 in the morning. It can be a fear. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. Didn't he, like, I mean, what is the white cloth in his locker? Didn't he just have to get rid of the coat because it was covered in blood? Going to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Couldn't just, like... do I not know enough about, like, the legal circumstances here? But couldn't someone just go to the precinct and take a look at the locker to see if the cloth is still there? Can you not just send someone there and go, hey, can you take a look at this, please? Bring it to us. We need it for the trial. No? Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Ashworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Objection! You weren't even there, plus, nuh-uh. Your officer? Your Honor, to be honest, not gonna lie, I don't give a fuck. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. Woo! I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. That's way too much blood for such a small donation. Your Honor, defense would like to double and pass it to the next person. Hold on. Alright, well, what did you have to do? Why? When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner. The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? Now, listen, this is coming from someone who has had nosebleeds that were not even caused by like something like a knife wound. That have also given so much blood you would be like, I don't think that's an amount of blood you should be able to get from just the nose. So when people go, oh no, that's way too much blood for a wound like this, I'm like, is it though? Is it though? Maybe he's just someone who bleeds a lot. I don't actually know what that is called in English. You know, people who just have very, very bad, like, where the wounds don't close up. The anime nosebleeds, I wish it were half as fun. When the case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Mr. Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Yeah, bleeder syndrome. Yeah, exactly. That's the one I mean. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole detective's ID. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. You could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. How did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your code in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? He was knocked out. What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not?
Because there was no evidence left in there.
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. How exactly did Meekins get through the police exams? Yeah, maybe he's estranged. Like, maybe he's an estranged family member. Like, really, really far away. Like, 3 cousins around 15 corners who was like, oh yeah, I know someone, I'll get you in. They will have both their eyes closed when you're taking your exams. Easy. When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Mr. Ashworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. I can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Okay. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I don't know, do I? But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dog was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dog case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling they might appear sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Yeah, I know. Let's present it. You know why? I do. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Amon Gans and the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's theft than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this one has got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah, that's not a word. I rest my case. I don't. Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no rule for that. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
There she is. Yana, wait.
Yeah.
The defense has an objection? A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please?
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. 3 minutes?
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Well, she mentions it. The names of both guys were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
Did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If you can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Your Honor, aren't you glad my client, the 3 survivors? Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry it can be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
There'd be something I'm missing.
I object.
Your Honor, at the time of the incident, my client was a goblin. I mean, to be fair, I assume the judge does not only have this one trial to preside over. No? The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on here? Yes. Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here has got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? He's not a traffic violations officer. Yeah. Even so, we started this thing in the morning, so maybe he has something in the afternoon. I was just feeling silly. It was just a joke.
It's just a joke.
What about a piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when you put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? Why is he surprised? So that means,
just exactly what does that mean?
it means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
When did you even get up here?
Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean his blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time.
Howdy, room!
Don't! We've heard the Blue Badger theme so many times already. Don't worry about it. You don't need to. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. No, I believe you could do it even better than me, but we've heard it so many times before. I'd rather you sing a nice song. I'd rather you sing a fun song for us, and not the Blue Badger theme. Also, thank you for the pad. My phone is dying. So then, assuming this murder you prepared really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Ashworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
It can be your ankle or your devil. Tonight we are ankle.
The ID card record. Yeah! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's say here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Miles Ashworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Ashworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Wait, hold up. Sorry, that's really nice that you're trying to use the pigtails. Why aren't they working though? There we go. So, something about the angle or devil being active makes the pigtails not work. I don't understand why. There's only one other card number remaining. 77777. Talk about a lucky number. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with... Mr. Ashworth, please look into this as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 77777. That's 17 too many, Yana. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the Yana of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who's a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? Your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Ah. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In a trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Anna. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't... I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why would you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. It's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Dun, 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 dun. See? That's what I'm talking about. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. Chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. We continue. Alright. Totally normal case.
Thank you for the 100 time. And the positive. And the pet.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I mean, that's not your fault. Ah, blah, blah. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. It's like everyone's heard about these killings but me. And I want
wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
Well, what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in a Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Woo! Are you getting tried for murder by not forging and misuse of executive power to a list? Yeah, well, I mean, what else could go wrong, right? What else could go wrong?
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone, pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Like Marshall's brother.
And give it a death penalty twice.
But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
what happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture?
Hi, Raiders! Welcome in! Hello, hello! I'm Miller, like the color pink vision of his JRPGs. We're currently playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the very first game, but the very last case of the game.
How are you doing? Welcome in! Also, Pikachu for the Raiders, of course.
Pikachu! Booga booga! Pikachu!
You're doing good, I'm glad to hear it!
Welcome, welcome!
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be by Lana, but she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? You've been following me for a while on YouTube? Aww! Well, I'm glad you could make it here while I'm live. Fun if you have 148 days, you're getting out of service. Ooh, that sounds scary. Also, yeah, thanks. I'm very proud of my Pikachu.
Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred?
Dark knocked on Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. And Marshall was stuck right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Oh, Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What?
That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her.
Yeah, we better get a move on.
It would be so easy if our clients actually just told us the truth, but no. Why would they?
Hi.
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh, about how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Nope. Wait.
Talk. A lot of our relations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no word at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Star, said.
Thank you for the follow. Come in. Hope you enjoy your stay.
And also thank you for the pasta check.
On shrimp. Oh my god, on shrimp. I'm shrimping very badly.
About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so faced before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gan cracked together.
Chief Gan? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Amon Gand, he was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Ima really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
You gained experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigation. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. You shared the office, but that means that when Dark fled into her office, he also fled into Gant's office. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Stark. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Ima. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let the guards down, then fled the room. From there, he went straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's why he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Nana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. That's crazy. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Don't blame her. The older sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. Oh, what are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But the case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. So Marshall, yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Detective Gumshoe is not here. Hey! Howdy, Bambina. Who's the Marshal? I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Será. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Will you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
Yay, he's talking to us.
Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
The facts have been concealed with forged evidence.
The case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made a detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor?
You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. Well, what are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. But you know what's so funny to me is the evidence is gone, right? Like, he tried to steal it, so they couldn't close the whole case. But it was stolen. And yet, like, not even by him, but it is a fact that it's not there. And no one knows where it is, and yet still they closed the case. So I don't understand. Like, okay, sure, he didn't succeed in stealing the evidence, but someone did. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one was taken care of. Yeah, true. A star was fired and was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Hey! What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gand and Land and Sky. Investigation lead Damon Gand and his second-in-command Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duel. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gand, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded.
I never found out.
Anna's
secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. The boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gand. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Bye. How do I get in there? For that, still in the conference room. Thanks. You'd like to have a look around Chief Guns? Oh, never mind. I'm in the correct place. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Oh, I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh, there we go. I thought I went the wrong place, but I guess I was right. Jesus Christ. The fuck? Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. And he saw what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Little Miss Bach. Little Miss Bach. Cute. Thank you, but I did that. How did I make that noise? I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Hey! Oh, it's your turn. Chief Gun! Put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See the big picture on the wall over there? It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Don't worry, Phoenix. We'll find out soon enough. I hate the long pauses that happen with him all the time. So uncomfortable. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day. But there's a cat hair in my mouth. I like to reminisce all day, but that matter doesn't need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems the case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Sure. Yo. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Ashworth has the whole world after the blood. Yikes. But why would Ashworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, there are really so many people who hate him. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? As far as a recollection, never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. About this? Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the Dave Lesser 9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since our case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, they suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his lab went now. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. Guess what did he mean? Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Shark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the bowl. It was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So, he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Last witness? Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gunn. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? If I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Damn it.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. Looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Left day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
Natural for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on a trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as not most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time? Picture? Something seems strange about it. True. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. It's a story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. I mean, it's pretty easy then. Goodman actually gets killed in the evidence room. Like, okay, so Edgeworth takes his car to drive over to the police department because of, okay, hi, I'm getting an award. Which means his car is parked there. Goodman gets killed in the evidence room. His body gets taken into the trunk of Edgeworth's car. And then Gant tells him to drive back here to bring a piece of evidence there, so his car is actually being parked in the prosecutor's office. And then Lana does her whole, oh man, I'm stabbing this guy dead. But the guy was already dead. In the trunk. No, still, something's weird. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. So this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though famously? Very well. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right?
Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed us out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, really?
I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to that conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
It's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant? 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form.
I wonder what he was writing me for. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out.
Hey Edgeworth? Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
I tried this guy a letter of resignation. He's serious.
Excuse me. Hey. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? A star! I guess she's out of lunches. You're certainly a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover more. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred in the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This cannot all be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Anna stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be severed when eaten. The star's hatred toward Lana, it all dates back to 2 years ago. Yeah. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. I trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obviously evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After the case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Among Gand and Lana Sky. Gand led the investigation with Lana's second-in-command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Among Gand's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. Magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dare confront him now. Take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The star... That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gun's powerful influence. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. Last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Close? Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Hey, I'll do my best. Wrong place. Hi. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. This is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. It's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh, I have just a thing. Behold. It's this crumpled up piece of paper. No way! Mr. Ashworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Ashworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we just... betrayed him. Detective... That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you.
Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket.
It will be worth it. It will be worth it. Believe me. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. You love it? Really? I hate it. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? And there's a sense of foreboding in it. Oh, I mean, yes, sure, but I don't like it for that exact reason, because it's such an uncomfortable song to me. I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered, unusable in pocket. No! Hey, don't do that to my card! Thank you for that good time. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
All the days together.
Gets on your skin and doesn't let go. Ugh. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Alright. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. The word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's not going to be your birth date. I have a bad idea. Here goes nothing. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on our record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777, the ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, if Gumshoe wasn't covering the entire screen. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Something else in there too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Do you think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove the relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? What is it with... Listen, I know that owning 4 cats will give you a lot of cat hair everywhere, but... Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detectives. Sure. Easy. Number 1?
Thank you for the non-binary.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the 3 of us put that back together. Those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some clue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gown was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Here, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gown willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? It's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gown hide this in his safe? Blood traces. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. Do you want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take? Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been dissolved into the prints, blow the rest away. I know! What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with.
Huh? Hello?
I was a little too fast there. Okay, is that enough? Nice. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Oh, and Chief gun safe. Evidence for something, but what? The bears are my guy's print.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gun's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
He put the pick in the desk.
I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists? Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Hey, it was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Do I have anything else? Real deal, isn't it? Is that what these were? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First a pep holding out his armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this?
That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful what you say.
Who knows? Chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out!
Guess you know how scary that guy can be. I can imagine. No, I think I'm still missing something. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dog ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill him.
Hi, TK. Good evening.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gunn to question the dog. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Not playing a nice song to tell everyone you were there. Oh, I mean, sure. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws out, the chief calls into his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. It's beside the point. And what else is there? We looked at the safe. Is there anything else on the desk? Do I present the list to you? That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know when we first came in here? Yeah, looks like the right side of the forms were torn off. So Mr. Ashby's list really was only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. Back. 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 Ooh! Back! I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'll forget about this picture. piece of cloth anyway. Smooth and sort of feels like vinyl. I think I felt something like this before. Nah, I can't remember. This is becoming a habit with you. I didn't keep anything in my head lately. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe's going soon. Unless fingerprints are found on this cloth, I have a bad feeling about it. I think I have everything from this room. I guess not. Nope. Oh god, what am I missing? What am I missing? I told you? The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's why I was waiting for Lana on a day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. A strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gunn, and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Oh, what is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, Pa. Ow. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gans might be a suspect, do you? Thank you for the follow. Come in. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gand. It's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, was there any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the code? You didn't think you'd be back so soon? Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We've on our way too, then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. No, you just had to go sneaky in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore, you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gan was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
Sure. Stab. Yes. But you didn't kill him. Because he was already dead in the trunk.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. Mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Ashworth was right. Ashworth. Once you convince you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Dickheaded is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
Yay!
I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. Persuade. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? I mean... Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Sure.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Ashworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gan's name was never mentioned? Chief Gan? Ashworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, the Gan. If you intend to accuse Chief Gan, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gan falsified evidence in that case.
Sure.
I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? Pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Wait, the person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gan himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you saw, miss. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Darkstein. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you rubbed the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. It would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gans, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. By completely, she was sitting forward and she was quite as hell. It must look so stupid. If you could actually see her legs, it would look so stupid, I imagine. Soul of the universe, clearly. Yeah, sure. No worries. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Ashworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding his ID record. If the number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed on that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Nana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Is this it? If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gan has on her, it's now. 000. I mean, someone has to have the first number. 777. Who's the ID? Who has the ID number? 777. Also, I will be right back. I need a snack. I'm sorry. Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Yes, the break screen got abandoned, I'm sorry. Just imagine it was dead. You're not like looking. 1 second. You're not like looking at our friend the judge. It's karma because he's number 1. It would have been funny in a weird way. God, is it what singing? Yes. And most of these songs they sing. What the fuck were they on? Was that my birthday? Birthday stream? Birthday karaoke probably, right? Sounds like it. Anyway. I have procured snack.
Oh, during the Barbie analysis. Ah, that's why it was the day off. That makes sense.
Thank you for the ankle.
What is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana's cat? Answer's ready, Lana. Prosecution's ready, Lana. Me drunk on sleep deprivation. I don't know what you were talking about. That makes perfect sense when I haven't had enough sleep. Sorry, actually. Eating and reading at the same time is hard. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gunn. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Ajay, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been doing enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Yeah, no, you did. What is she holding in her hand? Okay. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Well, fuck you, I'm already here. You don't get to do that. Banana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. It has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Make sure to reload enough. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! Thank you, Mr. Atwood. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Ashworth. The prosecution has yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? Yeah? How about you go fuck yourself? Hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gunn. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, were they? I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Ashworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. Exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Oh, now, don't worry. There's only one person coming out of this courtroom by the time we're done who's going to regret it. And it's not going to be either of us. By us, I mean us, the defense, and Edward, the prosecution. Mr. Muskai, please take the stand. Looks like Edward has decided to take the horse by the reins. Hi. We have giant gummy bears at home right now that are like triple the size. No, maybe 5 times the size of a normal Haribo gummy bear. Which obviously means it takes like a lot longer to eat one of them, but they're very good. Witness, please say your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator.
You want some? Come over. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Ashworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay. Sure gave in fast. No. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesterday has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was writing in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. He and Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. I have to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. It's so funny, though. Like, Edgeworth can do this and just be like, yeah, here's a witness testifying about something that is not yet wholly connected. But you will see. You will see. And now I have to go through the trouble of actually, like, going, oh yeah, see, this is why, blah, blah, blah.
Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. The sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Of Bruce Goodman, the victim. More. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Sure, because I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Don't worry, I have it. Witness, would you mind if you added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. A picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. No, don't worry. Hold on. I got it. Mr. Ashworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Yeah, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. I may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! And dude, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? Yeah. But Miss Sky, why did you draw a picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Is that a thing? That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Does it, though?
Because you know what doesn't make sense? If this is Joe Dark killing Neil Marshall, how come Neil Marshall was killed by a stab in the back? Like, just saying, you know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closer, you can see its tip is... Huh?
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? That is literally just like a rectangle.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body.
The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Ashworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? Oh yeah, this one is a very... Objection! 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 It's so satisfying though, in the big ones, when you're getting somewhere and it's like, objection! Over and over. Treading a thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Oh, no, we can. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. You imagine some sass behind it? Probably. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dart along with Amon Gat. During his questioning, Joe Dart filled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dart. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dart's? There have been one. Yeah. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dart's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dart, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Ashworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. It's so funny to me when I point out stuff. And then the other one goes, wait, actually, but if that is the case, then... Oh! Like, Phoenix, do you think anything through? But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. It's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. What witness? Mr. Ashworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. There's a knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense might now be against cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can do this? I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Thank you for the patent hike time.
Silence. Defense will now begin cross-examination. Relief, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Yeah. If Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife, and Dark was the one on the ground, and she pushed the one that was holding the knife. I mean, she pushed Marshall. And considering we see it every single fucking time. Sorry, hold on. What I mean is... Hello? Thing that could very easily kill a guy if you stumbled upon it, and it... I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyway, the mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... What exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if you were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Let us show them the correct angle to look at this from. I hate this. Just like this, right? It's been so long. No, it's not about the arm, it's only about the head, I think. Like this? Kinda. I don't know how finicky it is supposed to be. Do you think that's good enough? Nope. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. I know what it's supposed to look like. But they don't. I hate this. I think it was like this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like a fucking millimeter off. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I hate this one. Oh my god. No, because as soon as you see what the actual shape is, when it accepts it, you will understand my pain. Bruh. Maybe if I go a little lower. Nope. Jesus. Sorry, we'll get there. It's like everyone knows the suffering that this one is. Like you can see the shape, right? You understand. You can already see it, but I guess the way they coded it is just so dumb that it doesn't actually register it unless you have it at the like most specific angle possible. Oh fucking hallelujah, there we go. Jesus Christ. See, this is what I mean. Thank you. Oh, is this a miracle or what? So stupid, right? Like no one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Except the game, the other 7 times I tried. Can't be. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Made it harder, the DS version wasn't near as picky. Honestly though, the DS version was also easier to do. Like, the whole spinning things around was just easier on the DS, I feel like. You can reach it. Yeah, imagine if this was one of the things where it's like, oh, you have to show us exactly what it is you mean. Because if you choose the wrong thing, you get a penalty and lose health. Like, imagine if you lost it. If you couldn't match this one up first try. I would cry. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's why you're wrong, Mr. Atchway. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of the mall now. but the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Dan's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from the Mongat's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword that has been... Like, the funniest thing to me is, you walk into that office, you see the armor. You get the picture that was taken when he received the award, you see the fucking sword that the armor is holding. Because it's like, it's glowing and everything, and yet the entire time it's like, there's a very pointy edge here that no one is bothered by at all whatsoever. Until now. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Ina Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
The armor can't be the murderer, it can't move on its own.
It can, however, be the murder weapon, technically.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
With slightly more emotion. Oh. Girl? I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. It's not If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify.
You know what? Actually, I'll take a screenshot of this for later use. Not anytime soon, though.
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Of course there is. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Oh, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. It says the message exists. Talk. Have to think back to the court record. The real murderous name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse him of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. Conveys a message from the deceased. Well, once again, we're still talking about the same fucking jar. This is the message left by the deceased. This is a blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but not this. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So, what you're saying is the dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Yeah. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. To connect these dots, to make letters, there's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Yeah, sure. Achoo! Achoo! Oh god, why is it like this? Oh, this one I'm not allowed to connect, okay. Achoo! Sure. Why is it like this? There we go. Does this one count, or do we have to connect this somehow as well? No? Full tooth screen technology.
A fun room. Thank you for coming by.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove the client's innocence. That's all I've been thinking about is saving Nana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Da, 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 da. Yeah.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Dun, dun, dun. Of all people.
She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was the masked guy. Dun 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 dun. Seaworthy. Can't say I didn't warn you. He says. Chief Grant. Grant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dog was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dog really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. And you know, we aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on in the prosecutor's office? Why are you saying the innocent man? Effort's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I do. I know where it's headed. To its rightful end. Because we're going to finish this tonight. Imagine if I stopped here and was like, haha, cliffhanger. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Oh, we're not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Making trials up for public viewers are done, but it depends on the trial, I feel like. I think it's good that the general public can still very much view a trial and see what's happening in there, though. Let us know, pal. Making a check the front of our all around while on duty. Pop it off and call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Phew. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. I sure was talking about this just the other day. Spit the end as many cliffhangers as you can. No. No. You must know the true rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so.
Or at least study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? Guess I need to give this book a thorough read. This guy explains the two rules of evidence law. Wright did very much go to lawyer school. I'm as surprised as you are that he doesn't know these things. Like, sure, of course he's still a rookie lawyer. But she should know basic evidence law. If you manage to pass his exam. I'm being sick and chasing after girls. Oh, guys. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Well, I'm still sitting in a prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Ashworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. You must have found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. Final exam for the evidence law course is just, what is rule 1? What is rule 2? Phoenix, what's the feeling? This poor man can catch a break. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Hey, yeah. They printed one word on each page in size 52. That's right. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Ashworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness, but this isn't easy to say. You say there's some concern that you, Mr. Ashworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It will prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Ashworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defense calls. Now it's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Yeah. Damon Gant! Defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? What does he not? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Hi.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Poor thing. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, I think you're very brave, or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged a crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Wow, what kind of fucking... Okay. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. See, everything seems pretty clear-cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I better hit him hard and fast. Okay, yeah. You had nothing to do with the forgery, then why did you have part of this in your save? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim that you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, we need to be- oh fuck, we need to be careful with how we say those things though. Are we even allowed to show this thing as evidence? Being like, oh, we found this in your safe. Because blah blah, evidence law, it needs to be cleared by police first. Obviously it's not cleared by police because we found it in a safe and then just brought it here and we're like, hey, this is the full thing, by the way. I mean, what does it say in it actually? Fuck. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? He's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Poor man. Oh, well. The one detective we're actually on good terms with just got terminated earlier, basically. Yes, well, in light of the detectives present, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Shut the fuck up. No, keep talking, give us your evidence so I can fucking slam you. Give us your testimony, but... Shut up! Jesus. Jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is... well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathetic? Telepathetic? Yeah, maybe. This man is pathetic. I hate him. Both of you. This is really pathetic. Really, Chief Grant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? And that would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Oh. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Ashworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Careful when pointing a finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Yeah, I knew that was coming. There, it's out in the open now. Oh. Why are you... what? Why is it not allowing you to add that as a quote? The hell? No, I'm sorry. Why is it not allowing you to add that as a quote? That shouldn't be the case. Hold on. Why? I changed nothing about it. Listen, I didn't change anything about those in such a long time that I don't even fucking... I can't even tell you how I set it up in the first place. I don't even know where to go for its settings. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. I don't even know where the settings for it are. Wait. Eh? Ah! I got it. Got it. Try again. Sorry.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming by.
Sorry about that. Okay. Good. Learned something new today. Oh, thank you for the pat. No, yes, wait. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. As long as you can still pet everything is fine. Won't be anyone to comfort there was nothing in for me. Nothing in it for you. I'm sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. The girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. You're tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy. But there's been something in it for him. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, that's pretty fucking obvious, no? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit, Chief. Uses Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana is keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gunn. I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Yo-ho-ho.
Or you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gunn is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. No, I'm Phoenix. Huh? This is an affront. The highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Oh. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Yeah, let's go.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? I can try. That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gunn is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gunn to the murder of Detective Goodman. Our favorite list. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There's one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 77777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? A safe in Chief Gunn's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gunn, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gunn, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gunn, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gunn, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. The Chief of Police murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have... Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, he would have been found on his body. Woo! We're getting there. We're getting there. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did you manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used it. See... That's what I keep saying. This is literally what I said earlier. Ooh, ha ha ha. Put it in Edgeworth's trunk and then make Edgeworth drive over. Easy peasy. There we go. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Yeah, baby! Yep. As I keep saying. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes! Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. You transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in a trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. But that is not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed a woman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I'd Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Oh, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do you have any concrete proof? No. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Yaji. In that case, we're still not done. This court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Yeah, we'll see about that. Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, maybe you should have a word with her. Mr. Atwood, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Ashworth, who is this person? Bro. The defendant. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forward. The defendant is Lana Sky? Yes. It is. It's the longest in the series. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. A task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Atchworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Why is it? This is the second time. This is the second time I do the completely wrong voice because I think it's someone else who's doing the hold on and everything. Chief God, I thought you were going to eat. Listen here, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. I like that he's just casually threatening our defendant in the middle of court. That's right. Your sister would be found guilty on Neil Marshall's murder. Yeah, on stand and everything. Who cares? Yeah. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I cannot wait to throw that man. If it's stupid though. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Atchworth. Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe! I'm not a detective anymore. Yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. I mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gun's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's something he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Yep. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he overfates his right to say anything, too? Hey! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know what's funny? I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by a terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. It must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Oh, better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued now. To finally end it. It's a good thing we played this game on Wednesday, by the way. Okay. Alright. Now then. Will the defender, Miss Nana Sky, please take the stand?
Hi.
Miss Nana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Truth.
Nana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gan. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gan. And under fabrication. What's his name a pun for, anyway? I worked alongside Gan for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you fucking stupid? Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gan has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Well, Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamt was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gan's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during events threatened my plan. This one. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Hehe. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Good. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Ace detective? More like... That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Why is the judge having a breakdown there? Poor man. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is his action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana's guy believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Thoric, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Maskai became the chief's puppet. Ow, don't do that.
No, I did it on my own. Sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. You didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
No. This guy, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But you do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall?
This guy, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well.
I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
For the final time! For the final time!
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on a suit of armor sword. Emma and Doug were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Had Chief Gant helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled in the armor sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. I do.
Anna said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a picture here. That's violent.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright, the picture cut out from it, the piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
Coffee found inside Chief Gant's safe. Yeah, the one that has a fingerprint. Overlooking a photo of a murder scene.
He was like, I don't need to learn about evidence law.
Clove, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh. The hell? Oh, hi. Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gunn. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. No. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you've forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's the excuse, Wright? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I showed a piece of evidence now, am I sure to be made out as the murderer? Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. I do now, but I think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present a piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Absolutely not. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief can't. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? You thought it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gang? Have you figured it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this? In your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Ryder. Whoopsie! Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I thought he's not allowed to make any statements. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Guy. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant a knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. Pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? Right. The insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief wait on blood. See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean a piece of cloth? Come on, Wright, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Khan? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Okay, yeah. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. I hope I'm doing this right. I hope I'm remembering this right. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Is this how it goes? I hope so. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. I mean, I can tell you who this print belongs to, don't worry. So thank you for the highway time in the past. You're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Am I doing it right? We'll see. We'll see in a second if I did it the right way around or not. Think about it. Ryder had all this time to present his evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky! What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Yeah, you're really something, Ryder. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. That's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Sky, you knew his fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like she really did. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I thought this trial isn't over yet. Then I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gan, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. No, I did not fuck up. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gun, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where a piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on a sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gan, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana's guy, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the arm of sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? By the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Yeah, baby! It's finally all over. It's not, no, but we're getting there. That was close, right? You almost had me. Sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, the piece of cloth is illegal evidence. What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, a writer here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. It's not fair. Do you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. No. Not really. I'm afraid Mr. Gan's claim is legally correct. Mr. Ashworth. True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. Seems at last. Time for me to review my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Ha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe it. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Sure. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma's guy's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. Yeah, there's a lot of... It's really mean. Because the game baits you into it. But if you present it too early, you run into the problem of it actually being illegal. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. Second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, a piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. We asked him several times if he was the one who cut out the part of the jacket. He said yes. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. Yeah, you personally cut out the piece of... Yep, that is it. Yeah. It was sent you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. Fit for nothing scum. 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. You recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Bruce Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred, I lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. I opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL online. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gamshu's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar of fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. You get no sympathy from me. None. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Like evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, actually, what? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, the manga. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, the Mongan betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gun to help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. This guy. And to you too, Mr. Ashford. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. This guy. Yes, Your Honor. You're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky.
Hot. Milky.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
A long loss. It's finally over.
Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I know. I literally just read it like 2 seconds ago. You know, I did my best too, but Nana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Alright, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? This poor man. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you.
Me.
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Nana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No. Oh. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Ashworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Ashworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I despise criminals, blah 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 blah. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? The Moon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Kama, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. They both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pub quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Anna's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
It's a picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. I thought we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Ashworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Ashworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Troy, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here,
This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. It's for the sisters have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Woo! Have a good night. Thank you for staying.
Oh my god, it's almost 2 AM. I'm literally about to fall asleep. Arrange for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study in a top coronet. As for me, this has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. You say that, but I don't think we'll ever see you again, man. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If he penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. That's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. The partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though, someday I'm going to make detective. Yes sir, then I can be just like a thick gumshoe. Oh no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, because the arm goes all the way around, that doesn't... Yeah, you cannot do that with a human arm. Oh. Rip. What is it? Can you see him having me a showdown with a state launch partner? You still managed to sneak this onto me. She's seeing one of the guards that say this. How looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Oh, Billy is actually the cactus. I thought that was a joke.
Hey, looks like you won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. It seems to take the turnabout tea. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. That person's last name is really gay. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Is he left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so it better be... Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh. Bye. Nothing suits the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your rejection. So I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Oh, see you around, Nick. That's cute. Maya at the end, even though she's not actually a part of this entire case. Imagine if Maya had been a part of that case, it would have been even more chaotic. Just by virtue of her existing.
Mystic Maya.
Mr. Ashworth. Oh, hi. Mr. Ashworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. And that's that. We did it! Oh god. We did it. We completed the first game. Of all 5 episodes.
Thank you for the pet.
But yeah, the next game in the series is Justice Fall, and then Trials and Tribulations. I don't know though. I think I'm gonna fit another game in first before we jump into the next Phoenix Wright.
Thank you. Thank you.
We did it. But yeah, here's to cheers. Here's to the longest trial or case
in the series because oh boy, that was a lot of them. But yeah, that is also going to be it. It is almost 2 a.m. I am tired. I am tired. Thank you guys so much for coming by tonight. But oh god, I need rest. I need sleep. I need sleep. Everyone and the mother is playing Final Fantasy VII today. Thank you for the nice stream. No, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming by. We also gonna play Judgment tomorrow. For real this time. And then we can play less lawyer and more detective. Yeah. So many games that you don't want to see spoilers of. I mean, yeah, understandable. Understandable. I know nothing about Final Fantasy VII. Almost nothing still. Despite it being such an old game now. I'm hoping it stays that way, actually. I do not want to. I'm closing my eyes. But yeah. Oh, I'm gonna end here. Let me just... I need sleep. Sorry. But I'm glad I played the game a little on Wednesday. So we had a chance to do the rest in one go, like right now. Because there's no way we would have done it otherwise. Another 3 hours on top of this. No way. Oops, I can't play. But yeah, let me set up a raid to currently is playing Dante's Inferno. I have no idea what that is. Sounds like a fun time though, probably. So have a good night everyone. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. I'll see you all tomorrow for Judgment. Have a great Saturday morning, I guess, technically, or Friday evening, depending on what time zone you're in. Have a good night. And bye bye. Bye bye bye.